Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all doing fantastic. Sorry, in the last part we kind of left you high and dry for a couple days. For reference, it's been a couple days since the last time we streamed Ace Attorney, and we were kind of in the middle of a important case. We were coming to a boiling point. We are going to talk to Athena after all of the events last time. It has been like 4 days since I streamed this last, so might have to do a little catching up, but from what I remember, Edgeworth appeared, and he was as beautiful as he is always. Athena got planted with the murder weapon, or like a murder-adjacent weapon, and was essentially put behind the bars because she is now the prime suspect. Even though, it's Athena. I mean, come on. Can't be Athena, right? Sorry, I know. I don't remember much in detail due to my incompetence and also because of the time that has passed. So, we'll just have to pick up from there. So, apologies for anybody binging the series. By the way, if you're binging this and you made it all the way here, congrats. I know nobody's probably doing it right now, but in the future, if we ever get popular or whatever, and you've come back to watch the entirety of the Ace Attorney franchise that we've streamed through, good job. You have watched a lot. I fret for your sanity. Anyways, I'm going to open a nice fresh Coke Zero. We're going to hop in. I did a lot of Wario earlier, so my voice is a little fucked up from that. So I need some nice juice. All right, let's go. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago, but I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. It feels like it's been 3 whole days. I don't know. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too. I knew you'd come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend, I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. It's alright, but... Oh, yeah, okay. Brain blast. She's the daughter of a major scientist who got killed back in the day. Yada, yada, yada. Fingerprints on the lighter. That's alright, but there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, but can you... Sure, but can you not? Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. I feel like it's a fair enough secret. I mean, not really keeping it from him. Never really asked. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. Oh, good. Oh, good grief. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. Never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. When I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. Oh yeah, Pearl is here, by the way. Pearl came back. And she's practically an adult now. Bro is 17 out here? Like... So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Do you want to see that Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. Oh, that's her jacket. That's gonna be important. That's gonna be important. There's a slash. That's gonna be important. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes? But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Yet again. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you're trying to leave?
How long do you think you're unconscious for, Athena?
I was out until about noon the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Pros literally just slept at the Space Center behind the fucking rocket. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course, I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was your mother doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice? And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they have to be able to understand how their human companions felt.
Oh, robots that can understand people.
I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. Well, good. She's dead. Now you have us, and we will take care of you and love you, Athena. Don't worry. Workaholic. Is this going to be a situation like Futaba in Persona 5, where she interprets it as she's working all the time, but it's for the betterment of Athena's life as well? No need to apologize. I guess her home life was, complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something you were always wearing headphones? I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. Pardon me, what were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me with are widget. And this earring.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You know, Pearlsy here is a, spirit medium. I mean, she could just, summon your mom's spirit right now. You could talk to her. I mean, if you really wanted to. Possibly get the real killer's name or some clue.
It's made out of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe too. I'd better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. Okie dokie. the paper. Or a statement. This? Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. Seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know.
Oh, there's one of those little cute robots in this photo too.
See Ponko's badges? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. Oh, what a weirdo I was. Looks like there's something written on those bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, "Get well soon, Ponko." In the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash.
Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab.
I was so impressed by what Mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yeah, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I'd better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then? Yeah, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate. And straight as an arrow. Not gay in the slightest. Oh, I tried. What? Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Oh, little baby Athena, no.
He could kill her, his eyes screamed that he didn't kill her.
As a fool, how could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart.
You're only 11 then, right? You're very brave just to give testimony.
Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell.
But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful.
Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised harsh and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Hell yeah. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty when I studied it. I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. Oh, I did kind of forget about that, you know? It slipped the mind. So we're just gonna leave those bits out. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. Come to think of it. She said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. There was somebody she wanted to save. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say?
No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena?
He is doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he'd smiled, like he used to. Back then. I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in his trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Even if he is guilty.
Hello, everybody. I thought you'd be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we are? What is it?
I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no, but this is emergency!
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway.
Oh! 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 Oh, it's from Jersey! Well, that's important. I can't jam now, but... I just let it ring a little more. Alright.
I told you I'd give you 1 hour. Guess it's time to pick one of the hostages.
No, wait! We still have a little more time! Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now!
Make all the excuses you want. You won't get any more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's literally too young to die, don't you think?
No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do.
The cruelest injustice is about to befall us!
No, this can't be happening! Mystic Maya, help us!
Wait a minute. Maya! I read somewhere that you're holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom? That must have been really something. Although, weird is par for the course with you. Courtroom blew up, that's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all!
Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it! Yeah, hold it! Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed.
So you know who I am, do you? Yeah, it wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway.
We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick!
I would have never thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away.
Didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven?
My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending.
What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell?
I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass.
What?
See you in the mountain of rubble you've been chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright.
What is she talking about? Athena!
Of course. Why did it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No. No. No, no, that. What? Cyclops? No way. It can't be true.
Mr. Nick, what's the matter?
I see 5 black cyclocks. I've seen these kinds of locks before. I've played these games before. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. There's no way to remove them. Well, we're boned.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy! I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick.
You did? Well, that's great. I really appreciate it.
A red cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out.
Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos.
But black cyclocks protect a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of.
So even they don't know it's there.
Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself.
Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks.
According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they're ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul.
In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden.
Alright. Will you be okay by yourself, Mr. Nick?
I'm up against Edgeworth. I should be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. Yeah, when me and Edgeworth are together, well, let's just say, I'll be fine.
You can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back.
No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls.
Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick.
I love that she still calls him Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get things ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Let's do it, baby! Let's do it! Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. Today, this ruin is my battleground. It's so awesome that we actually get to fight in here. Oh my god. Court, some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap.
Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Oh, it's good to see him behind that prosecutor's bench again. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce.
What did you say?
Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law.
I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today.
Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged from the UR1 case. 7 years. Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have.
Oh shit, this is
For
badass.
that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
Holy shit.
The prosecution is also ready.
Excellent. Then let's get this started, shall we? This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena's innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clues responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit's a spy. It's gonna be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy.
Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth.
No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although, I've been known of late to give an impression opening statement myself.
In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement.
Yeah, of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little bit of fun, you know. It's not like I really wanted to or anything.
So he wasn't doing them just out of fear? Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim, psychologist Meta Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, his photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Well, look at that. It's our little robot's arm.
Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed.
Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness.
Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow a proper procedure for these things, you know.
Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor? She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back.
Oh, well, you're very kind to show concern for the welfare of the elderly.
Skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth a new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? Just who is this witness, anyway?
Hello, everybody. I'm here. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. What are you doing here? Oh, I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackquill. She says she's too busy with confirming and threatening the hostages and all.
It doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you.
Believing her brother is innocent, Miss Blackquill has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have here Miss Blackwill's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go! Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes! And that's Miss Blackwill's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. Oh, yeah? For the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackquill used the case to steal the rock. And they had perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackquill leaving the scene with this case. You can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. That case, later, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackquill most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi. That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming that an 11-year-old girl... Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Snacks was so intent on her research that she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments. Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Ah! It's badass doing this in a broken courtroom. Order in the court! What a tragic story! I hardly want to believe it myself! But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please Please refer to the notes.
Ah, there he is. Our boy.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
That is not... I hate that new objection for Edgeworth. That does not sound like him. Objection! Objection! Objection!
Now, objection.
It's too deep.
No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Objection! You're the one who screamed hold it and cut me off.
Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit.
Now I know what they mean by close enough to argue. Moving on.
Oh, this courtroom's the one that got blown up in the terrorist attack earlier in the game. And we're using it because every other courtroom is being held up. And we're being forced to do a retrial because my daughter is being held hostage, you know? So, classic.
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it. But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken? Average Sunday in the courtroom.
Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? What was the conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case?
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hit a person in one of these cases?
Have you forgotten that we just saw that we only just saw such a thing the other day? At your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person in a small box.
Oh, yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day. Wait, Edgeworth's going to his daughter's magic shows? That's awesome. That's so awesome. Phoenix and his boyfriend going to watch his daughter's magic show? That's based.
A magic show? Well, I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too.
My apologies. I'll invite you both next time, I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again?
Prosecutor Blackwell was using the case to hide someone.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility.
In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case. It wouldn't have made sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside.
Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you?
Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from that scene. Yeah, Ponko. Look at the photo again. That's Ponko's arm right there.
Oh, I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is.
This is the crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with the photo of Prosecutor Blackwell to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now.
All right then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory.
The arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on the top of this cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime scene, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime.
Well, you do appear to be right. Don't see it in the second picture.
But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? It's really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there?
Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moonrock and a robot arm.
Was it really just one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it's the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case.
What?
Objection!
Objection! We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looks like the arm of one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Ah, Edgeworth, I've missed this. I've got the evidence to prove you wrong right here. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it quite difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Objection! I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belongs to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not.
But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned.
Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm this belonged to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that.
She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Oh, it reminds me of my own grandchild.
The robot arm in the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to no other than Ponko.
Order! Order in the court, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this?
I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. But it cannot grab its knees and curl itself into a ball. Even if it was the largest of cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there.
Case does come up about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that.
It got me there. So then, did Prosecutor Blackwell make Ponko fit in the case by... Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell would have to do is dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside the rolling case. Best to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button.
Sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead?
You mean the sword?
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know. The existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko was scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head, my body, where am I? Oh shit.
Order in the court!
It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You've made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright. What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight.
Does the prosecution withdraw its claim the defendant was carried from the scene?
No, Your Honor, my claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't both have been inside the case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworthy's been one step ahead of me this whole time.
Well, in that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene?
Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body, as if he were holding something, or someone. That doesn't prove anything, I don't think. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape.
A bloodstain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there are only two in the world. There's only one in the world. A special pair of headphones made just for her. Analysis showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. Well, I'm guessing what happened here is that Athena witnessed the murder and got covered in blood. At least that's what all, like, the flashbacks and the cool anime cutscenes is telling us. She got splattered with the blood. And then I'm guessing Blackwell tried to get her away. And it's being held deep within the recess of her heart. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp.
A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackmail carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by Splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making a ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer.
I don't really think that, no, but... Well, you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time?
No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case.
But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand.
The robot witness?
Let's go. We've been needing a weird witness lately. We had a bird all those years ago. We need us a robo.
Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this?
Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Facts.
Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realize that. But when you're at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I am not. I am Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko.
An utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflexible.
You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious.
Alright, Ponko. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray!
What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metis Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great! I just knew Ponko must have seen something important.
A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable!
The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. Honestly, I'm about ready to do that as well.
So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today?
Of course. What I saw. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There's no data after that point.
Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder.
I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime.
What?
At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited.
So, what are you suggesting?
The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child.
They don't, but...
Yes. What this witness's statements are telling us is...
that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet. I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this as, to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree, that does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Pongo doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I've got a very good memory.
You may as well admit defeat now. Right, a cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination's never useless. Well, until now. Think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. So you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be.
We can just probe for more info, brother.
Alright, Ponko.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I'll stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Edgeworth took to me and stabbed with her own weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly?
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that?
Hold it!
Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart. Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then.
Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I do not know. I am very sorry.
The robot was designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Ugh.
After Mommy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Workbench, huh?
Ponko must be talking about the table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah, that's not where the body was found. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony.
Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl.
Aw. That's a good robot. Ba, ba, ba,
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray! I am so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table.
But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations.
Thank you, Captain Obvious. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could possibly explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. A 11-year-old girl couldn't move the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder.
Ooh, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here.
Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother. Nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever.
Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit.
Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? The defendant couldn't move the body herself. She could have had it moved for her. But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if anyone else had been there. We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present.
Then who do you suggest move the body?
Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question. Uh-oh.
My name is Ponko! Say it with me, Ponko!
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Uh-oh. Oh, no, I know what that means. Oh, no, she was trying to fix her. Oh, she was trying to fix her mom. Whoever killed her. Oh, no. She thought that the machine was magic and that it would fix anybody, and she tried to fix her mom. Oh, that's so sad. Athena asked you to?
What did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
The paper in the lab did mention something like that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform ID jacket, it said. It would appear that Miss Ponko here can't identify what it moved.
My name is Ponko!
We humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not?
We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Ponko, you on the defendant's... Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Ah! I think this is true. Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
If it's upright, if the victim's heart was stomped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white lab coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it, draped over the chair in the robotics lab. She only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
They simply easily covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else. It doesn't matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. Yes, he's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword that was stained with blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why'd the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. But you can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Common rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Kill that guy. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds.
I think Edgeworth is right here. I think she did do this. Thinking it would fix her mom. But obviously, it wouldn't. You can't possibly be suggesting. This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. Take a look at Punker's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. My god, this was literally 5 minutes ago. This is a flashback to the court case we're having right now. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Oh! No, he's insinuating that she was trying to dismantle. She did that, but she was trying to fix her.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word. Just stop!
...was to dismantle the evidence that... so that she could get away with her crime.
That can't be.
True!
Nah. It ain't true. It was the opposite. She was trying to fix her mom. She thought it was magic.
Order in the court! Order in the court, I say!
Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing?
Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possible theory.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. That's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's a possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the fact of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts, the facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true.
Is this about the point where Apollo's gonna break in and say, hold it! I have the evidence right here, you guys. I found it. Also, I'm out of my edgy phase.
Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim?
Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence.
Since becoming chief prosecutor, I learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. But I can't think of a single thing. Oh, what up, Simon?
But Prosecutor Blackquill!
This is quite the farce you're conducting here. I could die from laughter.
Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise.
Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here?
$7 years. 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. Don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill. Please, go ahead. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words... I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. What matters, when I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony. She'd hardly take stock in the words of her wind-up toy.
Objection!
And how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena.
Real? Oh, I was hoping that... I was actually kind of hoping that she did... It's horrible that she would have witnessed the murder, but if she did witness the murder and had Ponko move her mom's body to the table, that would be very tragic. But yeah, I think that's a really good through line. This is awful, but what he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Did you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down in hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Aye.
Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackwell! Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it is my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict.
Is this really happening? Is it really going to end like it did 7 years ago? Apollo, maybe? Apollo? Apollo, could use your help, buddy. I can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Another mystery hold it. Oh, never mind, it's Athena. Yo, what up? Athena, what are you... Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. He really is. I sure could use Athena's help. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this. Hey, big boss.
Objection!
Sakes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Just got home from work. Well, I hope you had a good day.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Do I know who the killer is yet? I'm guessing we've met them. I'm guessing we have them here. We do? Okay. Well, it can't be Candace, because she was dead before the last case, where they reappeared. It shouldn't be Starbuck. Oh no. What if it's Clay? Wouldn't that be fucked up if it was Clay? Apollo's the spy. Well, I doubt it's Aura. Who the fuck would have killed Clay if Clay was the spy? Himself? He killed himself. Bro, Uno reverse carded himself. I think the most probable suspect we have is probably Yuri. It's Yuri or Aura, but through what Aura's going through right now and how much she's like forcing us to get the truth, I don't know if it's her. Trucy's the spy. I knew it. I knew it! Oh yeah, by the way, it was very sweet, the line about Edgeworth going to watch Phoenix's daughter's magic shows with him. Literally going on date night, watching his daughter perform with his boyfriend. I mean, come on. Pretty based. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door, even now. You found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. I thought they overdid it with the flashbacks in the last game. They overdid it with the flashbacks here. It is actually ridiculous. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
Yeah, it's true. Simon, please, give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Cut these bitches a break. Give them trauma for something else. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. Laser was right. It's definitely going to be a moment where it's like, the very last bit is going to be Apollo coming in with the last evidence we need. Like, hold it! And then he's going to bring in, like, the ultimate decisive evidence, like, this is the guy. I know who the spy is. It's the judge.
What? I'm
Fine, I'm not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes' return. When I committed the act, how cathartic it was.
Got it!
You were happy when you saw Athena? This feeling of happiness. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't Athena's dad, is he? Do we know who her dad is? It's not him, is it? That's not gonna get revealed right now, is that? I mean, that's even more tragic that he tried to kill his wife, but, you know, well, you know, didn't, but her dad's the courtroom. Oh yeah, I want to know who Phoenix Wright's parents are, too. I don't think we've seen his parents. Or Edward's. Parents just are either dead or non-existent. They're either plot devices or they don't exist. Like, Trucy's the only one with, like, a stable dad, like, around. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Yeah, we'll meet his great-great-grandfather. True. Just now, you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. The first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Duh. The second I find any inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Is she allowed to be here, by the way? Was she permitted to be here? I know she saved our asses, but shouldn't she still be in the detention center? Did Fulbright let her out? Bro should not be here. Aww. Okay, well, this is different for some reason. Defendant's always in court? Yeah, I know. But, like, this isn't a real trial. Wait, I shouldn't say that. Trucy might get sacrificed to the greater fucking robot god. It's fucked, so you know. No, there was a case where the defendant wasn't in court. Oh wait, no. No. Never mind. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Sorry. No. I was thinking of the witness when we had De Killer on the little radio, but he wasn't the defendant. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yeah, oh, yeah. True. Right. Phoenix Wright. Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. Ah! He can't be talking about that, can he? You are just a little encyclopedia, Big Boss. I can't remember any of these specific details like that. You're a little Ace Attorney encyclopedia, you are.
My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject.
It's my autism. Phoenix Wright is my autism.
I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics labs next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought and went to see.
It's true, the gay lawyer game is peak.
It's true, Your Honor. It's true. The gay lawyer game is peak. It's true. So true. We love Ace Attorney, yes we do. We're gonna make it America's favorite game. Game of the year, it will be. Game of the year. The gameplay, don't worry about that. The true peak is the storytelling. And the 5-minute flashbacks every other 5 seconds.
You know what I was about to say? I was about to say, when are we getting the president in the courtroom? When are we questioning the president? But I forgot that actually did happen in investigations. I forgot we did actually question and testify with the president. Not in an actual courtroom, mind you, but it was like, we did actually question the president. That did happen.
Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. That's why I was relieved when he saw Athena.
But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much I believe. Mr. Wright.
How you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there?
I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. I'm a woman. Did you forget I'm a woman? Why do you always look at me like I'm a kid? I'm a woman, Phoenix. I'm right here. I'm standing in front of you. I'm a woman, goddammit. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased.
Oh.
It went up? Never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's even trying harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise.
How in the world should I approach this?
An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions.
There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. You know, this guy's really trying to get that death sentence, bro. He just does not want to live. Bro is done.
Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first?
Figured out why? What, why he wants to die?
Because he loved her.
You got it, boss. But if you want to go back to looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. Alright. Wait. Right over and open the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Okay. Bruh. What do we got? A leaf out of the blade. Oh yeah, look, there's the little cloth. That would have been over her face, so that Ponko couldn't tell who it was. All right, let's go back to emotions. Let's try his emotions. For crying from next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. My choice was to kill my mentor. That seems right.
Got it!
But why were you surprised here? How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well my plan to rescue Athena. She couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Okay, but the blade was already bloody by that point.
Contradiction. Would you care to add that to your testimony?
Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Oh, now we're back to 100? Fuck all of our progress. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. Pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and as strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? His testimony. His testimony. I know it. Open the door to the robotics lab. Poor Ponko. We love Ponko here.
Objection!
Shit! He looks so confident for presenting the wrong evidence. That's my boy. As always, I'm afraid the only thing that is logically inconsistent here is Mr. Wright himself.
In that case, as always, I will give Mr. Wright a penalty.
Yeah. Alright. Oh god, and every time I fail, I'm gonna have to sit through this. I need to show the photo.
Objection!
Objection! Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Oh yeah, Big Boss, you weren't here earlier, but I gotta say, Edgeworth's objection in this game might be the worst objection I've ever heard. It does not sound like him at all. Like his, I know it's done by the person who does his voice in the cutscene, but it does not sound like him at all. And yes, I agree. The room courtroom is awesome. Take a look at this photo.
That's the photo that was the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it?
How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain on the end of Ponko's arm, where it was severed with the katana?
I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright.
No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana.
The katana already had blood on it. So then it must have been the victim's blood.
That's right. But if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood here is already on Ponko's arm.
But that couldn't be!
Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first, before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies! Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now!
You have no idea what you're doing!
His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool of something.
Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much. The rest I'll take to my grave.
Prosecutor Blackquill, you're on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings.
Overwhelming. Initiating moisture.
Whoa. Holy shit. That terrible scene.
Got it!
The root cause of all these emotions is this. Oh, okay. Oh no, it's probably Athena, because she probably had all the blood on her.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? Why are we in the broken courthouse? Well, there was no courthouses ready to go. They were all filled up. We had to use something. It looks cool. That too.
You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it.
Prosecutor Blackquill, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all of my heart. Now, you can't find it within yourself to believe in me too.
Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Donald?
I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door.
Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time somebody said those words, particularly in that order, I'd have a lot of nickels. Half of them are from Edgeworth. The tragedy, one I'll never forget.
When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. Standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena.
Yeah, I was right earlier. She tried to put her onto the table so that she could try and fix her mom. She witnessed her die.
She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes. She sweetly said,
I don't like this. Is this creepy pasta? This feels like Squidward suicide or something. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
Mamma mia! That's what I saw. And now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted.
Yeah, that was definitely her thinking she could fix her mom. 100%. She's innocent! Jesus fucking Christ. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. Mod, ban that guy for sending a link. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! Unfortunate timing for a coughing fit. Oh well. Sag. So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother.
Athena! As I said, right. The truth isn't always pretty. Murdered dissembly on an operating table. A scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart.
She loved me.
Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much?
Yeah, my head hurt every time I wore them.
No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. Those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life.
No. Stimples, you just got a gift sub? What? I just got a gift sub? What? I just got an email saying I got a gift sub. Killer a Bad Kid gifted you a tier 1 subscription to Low-Key Shorty? What? Who is that? Who are you people? Who are all you people? That happens sometimes. I've never had it happen to a random person I've never watched a stream of before. I know you can technically gift sub to anybody on the platform, right? To any streamer, you can gift sub. Or to any account, to any streamer. It's kind of crazy. You got an 8 of those? I've been streaming for like, what, 3 years? I think it'll be 4 years this year. And I've had a Twitch account longer than that. Yet I've never gotten like a random one to a random streamer I don't watch. I've gotten gift subs to streamers I do watch, but like, that was ages ago. I don't use Twitch anymore. I just stream to it. Once you start streaming on Twitch, you tend to stop watching Twitch. Maybe I just suck. Yeah, I'm not discounting that. That can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much?
Your love for you was real. That I can guarantee. That's why I knew.
You do both? Yeah, I do. I stream and I watch YouTube. I'm sorry, Twitch. To be fair, I am streaming like every other day, so I don't really have time to watch any of the streamers I like. Because by the time I'm done streaming, they're done streaming. It's like, oh, well, shit. And then the VOD system on Twitch sucks, which is, you know, why we have the archive. I just like YouTube better anyways. I wonder if we should stream over on YouTube at some point. I don't know. I wonder if my computer could handle co-streaming. Because if I could stream on both, that'd be fun. Might be a little too much, maybe, but...
That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know.
Ugh.
Punko was a witness, so I put it in the case. Held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Punko away after the boarding lounge trash chute. I hid the case on the space grounds. It would seem that we now know all of the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
I hate that. I hate that objection sound. That's not Edgeworth. Edgeworth objection. Classic. I guess, you know what, I'll just play Objection Funk for a little bit because I can't find an actual one.
Objection!
See? That is Edgeworth. That is perfect. Objection! That sounds like him.
Objection!
Sounds like fucking Von Karma more. I hate it.
Don't disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you?
I'm not, but this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. No, Athena, no! Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. Apollo! Hello! Now's the time to object! Apollo! But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall?
It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes.
He's on a quick date with Gavin right now. He's just getting a quickie in, you know. Don't worry, guys. I'll be there to help in, give us 30 minutes. Sorry, can't make it any quicker than that. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackquill, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end.
Athena! Prosecutor Blackquill will be cleared of the dark age of... will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion.
I killed my mother. My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers.
Objection! 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 Would you please stop objecting? What is it you object to? The blood! Blood on the... There's no blood on the handle. Right. Even though that is a valid objection, can we have that stricken from the record for his currently dog impression? Yes, very well. I don't see why not.
Your Honor, please find me guilty.
I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? Yes, objection! I have been objecting over here for the past 5 minutes! Objection! 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 Objection!
Objection!
There it is.
I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright?
But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument is pointless.
Objection!
Objection! Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the most basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
Objection! I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. I played investigations too. I know your emotional end in that game, mister. Where's Kay, huh, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Haven't seen her for a couple days. Years. Well, that's different. Listen, you have your daughter and I have mine. Is it kind of fucked up that they both have, like, adopted daughters? That's not fucked up. That's beautiful.
Two gay dads and their two lovely daughters.
Because I can see straight into a person's soul.
Yeah, in the fucking, what, basement? Is that what you said? Bros in the fucking The Killer basement?
There's still a chance somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you're not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? Objection! Objection! I don't need another flashback. My brother in Christ. There's a problem with her confession. Please provide her to this court now.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim? Mr. Wright?
I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of this sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right.
Oh, my! Objection! Who cares if there's no blood there? Perhaps the defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly! Just give me a second to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone. She said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? She, did something funny? What had Athena's fingerprints again? The lighter, right? Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. Perhaps she was just making some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And when she got the jelly out of the jar, she held the knife upright for a little too long and the jelly splashed onto her fingers and face and body.
Mr. Wright, that is complete. What? That's baseless at best. What are you saying?
Doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana?
What are you up to this time?
This is it. This time I've found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. If I can show the possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, could help me prove her innocent.
A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly?
Right, of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? Like you do on our dinner dates? Oh my, you should have seen him when we went to see his daughter's magic show. Couldn't stop blabbering. How does he do that? I can't back down. Not here. Not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious, it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Alright, now you're questioning my intelligence, right? And that is unforgivable. To the bitter end, indeed. Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something! There's a high probability that that was back in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. I like how they were really trying to just be like, yeah, you know, we have something just like it.
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case.
Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like it at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab, especially, would naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
Objection. But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was the one in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. Once you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's the photo of its contents.
Well, one's obviously missing, Edgeworth.
You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool.
Fine, but there's something odd about the design of the handles. Yeah, I'm supposing it spells out Galaxa or whatever the fuck. Couldn't tell the difference between a knife wound and a sword. Well, Laser, the murder weapon is the katana, but they're trying to say that Athena used another weapon to try and fix her mom after it had already happened.
Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in there.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that?
Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense.
Yeah, remember the whole thing is she was living around robots and she thought that the machine would be able to fix her mom like magic. And so she was trying to dismantle and put her back together like the robots. It's very innocent and sweet. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a certain design on them.
Ah, I see that they do, but what significance does that have?
It's clear that one of these tools is missing from the kit. If we rearrange the tools in a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing.
Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics has helped you come up with?
Edgeworth, just let it go, man.
Show the court then, if you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent?
The Gyaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxa is the
Gyat! Damn!
Gyaxa
Gyaxa!
is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Yep. Another flashback. Can we get a flashback to Edgeworth and Wright's dinner date while they were watching Trucy's show?
Ah, I think I see it now, but...
Yes, with the tool shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxa logo.
So it would? Then that means...
Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is Neener. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one.
Gosh, I forgot how good that makes me feel when you point out a contradiction to me like that. Oh, God. Ye gods, nobody asked me to stand up. Order in the court. Mr. Edgeworth, please take the stand. Wonder what you're meaning by that. Order in the court!
Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim, Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes.
Phoenix. That doesn't help. That could mean that she's the one who killed Clay.
You're feeding them evidence! Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? The katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon. What if the real murder weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous! Or are you changing the premise for your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away.
Well, that does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence.
If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright, by forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? That the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No! Matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. Okay, maybe she wasn't trying to knife her mom to try to put her together. Maybe she knifed the true killer, and they've had a resentment ever since, maybe? Possibly a scar or a wound. Well, his left eye's covered. As long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it! Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. And the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Back and forward, back and forward. Well, I'm sick of it! Oh god, it's been a while since I've seen this desperate Phoenix. I don't want to believe it! It can't be true. But what if...
Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do.
Is giving up really the only option? Apollo! Come on, Apollo! It's time! No! Snap out of it, Phoenix! What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet! It isn't over yet! Right. You're becoming less sexy every time you try to counter me. Yeah, right, you know you love it, you slut! I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena. And I'll always believe in her, to the very end! A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up. Stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case, thoroughly. I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone using the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? The third person was at the scene. I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know! This person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. The person hid their face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it! The culprit must have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Meta Sykes! The culprit posed as the victim. That would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. Her jacket! The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. That still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. Does that mean the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? And if that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit! I was right! She stabbed the real culprit! Athena stabbed the real culprit! I was right, baby! Let's go! The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Hey guys, I'm back from writing my fantasy novel. You want to hear it? Now that Mr. Wright has finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, that we may move on to hostage negotiations. May I remind you, Nick, that your daughter is in there? I know your other, well, side piece is about to be put away for life, but don't let that haunt you. You always have me. It's not like that.
You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother.
What are you saying, Mr. Wright?
The answer's simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes.
What?
Objection!
Objection! Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Do you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction. Yeah, it's the jacket, I know. Yep. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
All the ridiculous theories. What good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also had a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. But what? So does that mean?
Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed.
This third person was posing as Dr. Sykes. Is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm... Impossible! God, fuck, I'm so hard. Don't look behind, don't pan the camera over here. You mustn't.
Mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask. Yes, I remember a...
Athena, what is it?
I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother? My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No! No! Black Cyclops.
They're breaking.
Oh shit. The truth come out. Hoggers! Sorry. It's all coming back to me now. Everything that happened that day. The day my mother was murdered.
They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone.
You didn't really stab your mother, did you?
It's alright, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's alright. I'm right here. You're safe.
She was on the floor, by the workbench. The katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man!
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. Shut the fuck up, Your Honor, for 1 second.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out.
Into the back of his hand. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Wait a minute here.
Starbuck.
Oh, Mr. Starbuck. Oh, Mr. Starbuck. It was you after all. I'm pretty sure he was the one with the hand injury.
When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I thought. So I asked Ponka to move. Yep. Oh. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived, a man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit.
Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yeah, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab.
Ah, this mask hanging on the wall right here.
It was kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me that a gnome mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. Oh, is that why Blackwill's been chasing a phantom all these years?
Phantom? Well, it would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has...
You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Miss Blackwell! This is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head?
She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for what you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena! I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Have anything here in the evidence can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.?
Do I?
Bam 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 bam. Metis's autopsy report. Estimated time of death between 1 and 3 p.m. I guess that would count. 1 p.m.
Take that!
Oh wait, the knife! How about if we team up for this, Mr. Edgeworth? No. How about you, Your Honor? What do you say?
Certainly, I'll help you. I will help you to remember to think before you speak.
Tag teamed by lemon juice and paper cut. Could an image of the culprit possibly have been captured anywhere? Oh! Wait, but his hand's fine there. Oh, right, because it was before he got stabbed, obviously. That's so stupid. Okay, maybe this.
Take that!
Ah! Ah!
of the culprit being captured anywhere? Well, let's take a look then at all the pictures.
Rock was stolen. The Hope capsule can be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cases for moving equipment. Robot charging station and toolkit on the floor. Hanging scroll on a Japanese theater mask on the wall. I don't know. They can help me find this person that came to the lab before 2 p.m. Bum 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 bum.
Take that!
Maybe the 7-year-old photos. Eek. I'm just gonna have to go through everything because Image of the culprit be captured anywhere. Is there anything in this?
Take that!
Yikes!
Oh shit. Right at the precipice. Oops. Can I try that one again, guys? Just one more try. Don't mind me, I'll just try again. Do I have anything here in the evidence? Help me find the person who came before 2 p.m. The knife?
Take that!
Did I already do that? I thought the knife would have been perfect because they obviously took the knife with them. Seven-year-old video. Oh, at the time of the crime.
Take that!
Go back to 1. Oh, I didn't physically show it. I'm so stupid. Obviously, it was the tape. But it was a... Yeah, it's around 3 p.m. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report, so we didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene.
But very well then. Let's take a look.
There! Please stop it right there! Oh yeah, there he is! With his bandaged hand in tow. That's our evidence right there. Are you seriously fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? This mystery man wearing, Metis's jacket comes out of the room and nobody thought to look? This blows the case wide open. If they had just looked like 1 hour earlier, they would have had complete new evidence that would have changed everything. How did no one see this?
This is like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. With blood, and bandages, and a mystery, and he's wearing Metis's clothes, and... Oh. We made a big boo-boo.
Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him. I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Can you see it? There's the slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under the jacket somewhere.
So then, everything Miss Sykes said.
Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hid her face with a handkerchief. Then, he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and mask that were there in the lab. Culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponka charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponka to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death!
Objection!
I'm not really objecting, I'm just saying so. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's just not possible.
What? Why not? The victim's jacket clearly is visible right there in the video. We didn't even see it beforehand, and it lines up perfectly with what she said.
And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms, beyond a doubt, that it belonged to the victim. The person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. And how could it have possibly wound up back at the scene of the crime?
Oh, shit. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. It's right. The culprit was wearing her the jacket. How did it get back to the lab? The victim brought it back. The killer brought it back? The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. No, because there's no, we don't see him go back.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came by the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. They claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived.
So, when do you propose this mystery man of yours had the chance to return the jacket?
A puzzling question indeed.
Oh shit, wait, it was him! When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found.
Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument?
I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case is the man known as the Phantom. Was one of the first people to discover the body.
I would never have thought that. Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Wow, was Apollo really that far ahead of us? He knew the entire time? Like, he had a hunch it was the people? Okay, bruh. He was so onto it.
Correct, I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing.
Can you guess who it is? It's 100% Starbuck. He had the injury on his hand. He had the stab wound. It is 100% him. Oh wait, did he have the stab wound? Wait, now am I misremembering that? No, I'm pretty sure it was him.
I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people.
You will?
We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered.
Oh yeah.
But Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyways, so you cannot put that one on your record. Even though we're like...
What's the win rate between Phoenix and Edgeworth? It's like... I don't even know. But let's just say Edgeworth has only won, like, once. And that was because he needed... Phoenix decided to lose because he knew it wasn't right. You know.
Right? Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
Is it true, boss? Does this mean I'm...
Can't believe it! It's over! I won!
I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent.
Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say... Actually,
No, not you either.
not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
That little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Miss Blackwell.
We just proved it to her without a doubt. She's like, fuck. All these years I spent hating my best friend's daughter. Wasted. In another universe, she would have adopted Athena.
Miss Blackwell. Unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply compassionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that...
Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted.
Oh my god, she was in love with her. Oh my god, she was in love with her the whole time.
Then what did you want from her? Pussy?
Did you really just go there, Your Honor?
Aura, there's something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murderer is.
You do?
Right, Your Honor, you asked me about the identity of the Phantom of the 7 years past.
That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell's been looking for. Even from behind bars. The gay overtones? I think that was very implicit right there. I don't think that one was an overtone. That was more like a very much, she was very much in love with her.
And to be honest, I'm jealous. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat-One rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom.
Find me a single straight character in Ace Attorney, it's impossible. Yeah, you're right. It's impossible. Every character has that. It's impossible. Ooh! Holy! Who turned up the tunes? Oh shit! Someone went crazy on this. I came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred. They obtained a lead on him.
Oh, how exciting! What was that lead?
A recording of the Phantom's voice. The quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope, or his co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes! Yes, the spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat-1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording was surely among his targets. His search over the space center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. Which one?
He couldn't find them, but where could they have been?
Francesca's mega gay with Maya. Who's to say? I bet he's never let that one out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you manage to smuggle them into prison? Okay, he's straight, but also he's a killer. El Bozo. Facts. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that. Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing.
Yep.
I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just trying to achieve your identity. Bloody butcher. Became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see for yourself. Take care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. Better hold on to this real tight. I didn't experience feelings like normal people do. Classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? Spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, naturally no fear. He's the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? Well, if it is Starbuck, then he's doing a pretty convincing job about being scared of space. It's the very definition of a phantom. A monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed. A fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world.
Well then.
She's bi with Godot and Phoenix. Mia definitely had feelings for Phoenix, 100%.
Seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we've learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a normal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever. Do what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me.
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Oh, Apollo! It's time to make your entrance.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome.
If everyone's ready, I shall now give my verdict.
Bang, bang, bang.
You!
Hey guys, I'm here! Oh, sorry, I'm late. Gosh, that Gavin does talk an ear off, doesn't he? Apollo!
What is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackquill. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? He wants to find the real killer, you silly Billy. Bro has a lead on the spy. You silly little frick. You silly little frickin' guy. Bro's about to indict somebody. Oh shit. Bro just provided the counter argument. Bro just provided decisive evidence.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There's not much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? This case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear on who killed Clay Terran. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackquill, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know what? I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
As long as Trucy's not harmed, I don't give a fuck what happens. Please keep the hostages kidnapped longer. And you know what's even a little more fucked up as well? Is that he knows that Trucy's there. Because Trucy went back in to, like, meet with him. And keep him out of trouble. So that means she would have let Apollo go. Which means they left Trucy there. Bro, that's your sister, man. Well, I don't know, Laser. Got closer to me is also very ambiguous. Got closer to me? That is, like, more fuel for Big Boss. That is... You just gave Edgeworth the perfect, like, rebuttal. You gave it yourself. The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. You too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, the culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, and the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmo switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge number 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer is. In other words, we must discover who it was that made the escape through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicion was confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on charge of murder.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. That's because that's the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? My dad works at Capcom. He knows. He knows the sexuality of the underage girl. You know, classic Capcom. I can't say that. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say that. I guess you won't be underage in the next game. If it is another year in the future, she'd be 18. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Whoa, Laser. Now that, well, I'm not gonna say that. You're the one who brought it up, brother. You brought it up first. You asked. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Terran.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived in the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How could you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used the same escape route? I'm afraid not. Why not? Recall that there's a security camera in the boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. Then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. I was out until noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around. I just went into the boarding lounge. Boarding lounge 2. Grammatically, I really want to say number 2, not just border lounge 2. It just sounds weird. Boarding lounge. Border lounge. Borderlands. Borderlands 2. I get it now. That's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, it was most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears.
Order in the court.
It can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? The fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your pipe high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? Probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. He was my friend. That's why I have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. That led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Points of contention are the fingerprints on the lighter and the escape route. Apollo knows how I operate, so I can't use my usual tactics on him. Looks like the only thing I can do here is press him for more information. Didn't I just literally press everything, though? Oh, I guess I can press this one. What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Taryn, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen that knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Paul must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. Oh. That's why Apollo was acting so strangely. The reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. That knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Taryn. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was the killer, too. Yeah, I guess he's got a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Also, Judge, why aren't you this cooperative with me when I'm in the defense chair? I mean, indisputable? You've never said that to me before. Yeah, it's just a thing he does for witnesses. Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect than the defendant. Unless... You think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? You haven't said anything for like 5 minutes.
Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Of course. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. Oh, wait, that was Apollo saying that. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me! God, I feel like an edgy anime character! Please get it out of me! Ah, please! I know it wasn't Athena, but everything's pointing to her! Please, Mr. Wright! Wait, so that's what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena! I really do! But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. Bro, can you guys, like, just chill out, man? So that you can really trust me? Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. But we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. When the battle's over, we will understand the true meaning of the trust. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. Laser, can you just drop it? I know, you know, just, you know, whatever. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. It's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about these things. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe Miss Sykes again. Really hoping there was an alternative route, weren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to? Jeez. It's all just goofy fun. I don't know why you're taking it so seriously, but sure. Don't play the victim. Come on. Chill out. Just relax, man. It's alright. The victim escaped out the window. History. Leaving only the control room in the corridor to the Space Museum. Well then, I guess he would have had to go to the control room, right?
Take that!
There? I doubt anybody could have escaped that way. Did I have to press the door? Control room.
Take that!
Okay, never mind. You want an alternative escape route? The one we're going with is the Space Museum.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit had used that route, the only exit would have been boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. My idea is that they went out at the launch pad. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, and I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge number 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly.
But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. That leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. But hold on a second, what if...
Launch site. Launch site. Where did those mysterious leaves in the... Oh my god, the leaves. The leaves are important! What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum. Then, came out using a route other than into boarding lounge number 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for the culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell.
The launch site. He went to the launch
Take that!
site.
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion... I still think it's Buck. I still think it's Buck. He had the stupid fucking knife stab print in his hand. Ah, but why would he escape that way? Ah. But that's too convenient for him to have a stab wound on his hand, and then we get somebody who got stabbed in the back of the hand? That's too convenient, and I don't think it could be anybody else. They also don't feel emotions the same way. It's either Starbuck or Yuri. It's one of those two. Yep, well, the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door. Was an alternative place that the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center! You're freaking insane! Big Boss,
Objection!
has that lie come into place yet? The mystery that you said I would know? Has that not happened yet? Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor level is with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap from the outside wall. Soonish? Okay. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they'd fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. What item was that exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap outside on the wall of the main building. It's a knife. He fucking did some, like, Wolverine shit where he sticks his claws into, like, a wall while he's falling. You know. The lie is currently making me rule out one of the suspects? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I don't know if that helps.
Take that!
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used the day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackbill herself used that ladder to escape to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. That's the thing in these, I don't remember anything he said about the case. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged.
Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Something general about the next game? Wait, so you told this lie last game? And it's been cooking? I have no chance of remembering. Making things up on the fly isn't an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes, it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. T 20 feet? You definitely did reiterate it? Okay. I don't know why you're trying to help me. It's a lost cause. In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 15 feet. 50 feet, I mean. Wow, that's a big difference. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. Mr. Edgeworth, did you forget? Bro does not fear. He does not feel fear. He is crazy. He's cuckoo bananas. The ordinary person would have certainly hesitated before jumping. Or even freeze in fear, not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
We're right before the game starts heavily hinting at it. We've got a little time to make the final guess. Alright. Who has provided emotion? Alright. Yes. Yes. 100%. Yes. 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 Never met her. She died before the case. But no, wait. Did she? No, she was there. Can these nuts fit in her mouth? I don't know. Yes, in air quotes. Yes. I guess Aura could have lied. She could have said she saw the moment of the murder, but she was actually just the one who jumped on the ladder, but she's not the spy. It's also whoever the spy is. But then she did arrive on the scene.
She could have left and then arrived? But why would it be her? If it's her, how was I supposed to know? We've literally had no interaction with her, or, like, any info on her at all. Clonko did it. Yeah, I'm locking in Clonko as the villain. No, not Clonko, actually. I lock in the other one. Oh, wait, no. No. No, you're right. I do believe. No, it was Clonko. Ponko would never hurt a soul. Ponko is a sweet, innocent child. Clonko's an evil hunk of junk. I got the names mixed up. Well, anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I really thought I had it as soon as they revealed the guy had a knife wound through their hand. But since you guys are doing this so heavily, unless you're pulling my dick off, he's not it. Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would have been recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with some other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. If you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap, and all in a brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. Even if their timing was off, if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth! Please! This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? It's always how I'm eating, or how I'm presenting, or how I make love to you in bed. It's always something. Something. The way I chew, the way I write, the way I walk, the way I don't clean my clothes at night, the way I don't shower every day, the way I brush my teeth every couple years. Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Ah, I got it this time. I can prove that there is someone that could have used that alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? Where was it? I've got a lot of shit now. Yeah.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Wouldn't it make more sense for that to be psyche profile? No. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. TBH, Edgeworth should have pointed that out. Edgeworth should have realized it right away. I don't know, he was just being a little silly. Doesn't feel fear? Oh, shit. Right! You can't be serious! Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air.
could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance they'd be spotted? It's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But there was such a person. Was there such a person at the scene?
Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Okay, who is the Phantom?
My daughter Trucy! I've seen her get out of so many things, so many little traps and tricks. It's only her, unfortunately. She's the only one who could have made it out of that predicament. I mean, she even locked herself in a big tank with sharks. I thought she was insane.
Yeah, you know that's staged, right? Also, why would you let her do that if you thought it was real?
Funny?
Oh dear. The Phantom again.
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran.
Order in the corner. Order, I say. Mr. Wright, please continue.
There are just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. It's Edgeworth! But who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yeah, I think you're right. Whew. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. Robotics Lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean, the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right.
Who could it be?
Wait a minute. That was the lie. Oh my god. I think I know what it is now. I really didn't want to believe it. No, 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 no. You didn't. You didn't do it. Bobby, no! You were such a sweet boy. This is not justice. No! But does that mean Emma is the main detective next game? Does that mean Emma is the main one? Yes, very good, very good. Yes, all right, I'm back. But I really liked Bobby. He was fun. Aww, he was so trustworthy. It's almost like there was almost no clues pointing him to be the murderer at all. And they're like, who haven't we made the murderer yet? So, is it a lie that it takes place in 2 countries as well, or is that still true? Because I was actually looking forward to that dichotomy. That's still true, okay. Unless that is also a lie. No, I believe you. I also thought the detective couldn't be the murderer because he was up there evacuating people, but I guess that doesn't matter. She just flies back and forth every week, you know. Fair enough. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the... Ah! You've gotta be kidding me! Oh, that's why they didn't bring back Emma or Gumshoe. Because they were gonna make him the perpetrator. That's why we couldn't have actual good characters. No, I'm kidding. Bobby was fun. I had no idea. I did not. You've gotta be kidding me! Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yeah, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? That's not even Bobby's build, bro. Bobby's not that thin. It was Trucy. No. I'm more than willing to give up Bobby than Trucy. Member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. Was on duty on the fourth floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. Okay, am I misremembering? Starbuck did have an injury on his arm that was not explained, right? On his hand. Or am I misremembering that? Is that a different character entirely? Am I making that up in my head? Who was that? Did you just let me speak shit? What am I referring to? Could you have at least said I was full of it earlier so I would stop proposing that? Because that was my whole argument for him. Why did you not stop me? Oh my god. Well, I usually look like a fool anyway, so it doesn't mean anything. Who am I referring to? I'm trying to think. The killer had that one arm injury, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Fuck. I feel like I need to... I need, like, Athena to do some fucking memory shit on me. I need Apollo to figure it out. Question me! I don't know what I'm talking about anymore! I'm going bonkers. So what I remember is I remember somebody with an arm injury and they kept putting it... Oh! It was someone from the school case. And that was getting crossed. Who had the... Was it, Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's the memory that was getting crossed. Oops. Yep, that's what I was remembering. It's Hugh! I knew it was Hugh all along. I wasn't even there. I have an alibi. I was at school. Well, you're the only one with a wound on your hand. Does Bobby wear gloves? I think he does. Well, apologies, everybody. I hope you didn't get too mad. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor. By the way, any normal person playing this probably wouldn't have gathered that much anyways. If you were playing this without a chat, you probably wouldn't have known until now. Because there has been almost, like, the only evidence is that one line. And that they have to be connected to the case somehow. And you never know, Ace Attorney could pull up some fucking bullshit out of their ass. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. Yeah, because Detective Fulbright is such a fun, bright character. He's like a goofy little guy. You're not gonna expect them to put a knife in his hand and say, yeah, he's the killer, actually. You know, the guy who's got his own sense of justice and he's constantly questioning, you know, the prosecutor's stuff, and he's trying to, like, prove people innocent. At the same time, he's like, well, I mean, he's such a nice guy. His objective was to secure his own escape route. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he's without emotion. Yeah, like, they didn't even give any, like, that's a cool idea. That he doesn't have emotion. They could have at least shown that at one point. Like, I don't think they did. I think he's always yapping and pretending to be, like, sad or surprised or, you know.
Take that!
I could understand him, like... Yeah, he's wearing gloves.
What? Are you saying...
You mean the Phantoms?
Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona.
Persona!
Arsene! Oh my god. This is just like with Dr. Maruki. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
Order! Mr. Wright, how could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. I guess. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Okay, that is strange.
Apparently, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route.
After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. By the way, Big Boss, that was a very good lie. Like, it didn't even register to me. I believed it wholeheartedly. Because I was like, oh, there's no way. I just want to say props for that one. Like, the whole gimmick that it was one detective in one country and one detective in another, that's definitely something they would do. It's an interesting idea. He went to the lounge where he killed Clay and escaped into the Space Museum. I fucked it. Why is I fucked it not permitted? That's like one of the most basic, like, phrases. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time to get a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. That arrow-painted detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought...
My name? Oh, I'm Bobby Fulbright.
Guys, I didn't realize. I gave the ultimate clue from the beginning of the game. I gave him I gave the detective Dr. Neo Cortex's voice, an inherently evil character. I knew it from the start without even knowing.
The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, it's in justice we trust.
And his concern for Simon was also one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart.
That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled! Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too! The scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Damn it! How the hell did I fall for that?
Fucking to have wormed his way into the police department as well.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
No, I don't think so. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
Oh, God damn. I'm really glad I ended up doing a shorter stream of Wario Land because fuck, this is going on forever. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Aw, poor Fallout. I feel so bad for him. That is such a horrible thing to go through. That's actually genuinely, like, terrifying. Your trusted and beloved coworker that you love with all your fucking heart, and then you know she's lying in a case where your best friend got murdered in cold blood. That is one woven tale. Apollo. Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you... punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ah! Don't be such a dope! That was a slap! I said a punch! I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true fan like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I've got some very good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank God. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Maybe she's gonna go kill Bobby Fulbright? She's gonna go kill him? Torture him? Cut his balls off? And be right here, right now? Miss Blackquill! I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about something.
Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the court's filled with a bunch of incompetent idiots. So, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me?
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis's killer down. What she did made it 20,000 times worse. Well, ladies, you gotta keep in mind that tomorrow, Blackquill is gonna get executed. Who is her brother? That doesn't mean that taking hostages is okay. But, if she hadn't done that, we wouldn't have had the retrial and wouldn't have come to the truth. So she is right, in a sense. Especially if our bro got killed. And with Bobby on the case, all that evidence is gone. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took that. Leave it to us, we'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. She's still so hot. You know, hostages, she didn't kill anybody. So, Alright. Simon, I'm glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful.
Never imagined you would go that far, though you were always extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. Probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well.
I guess love can take a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case.
I truly was about to get executed tomorrow. And because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon. Aww. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackquill did was inexcusable, and honestly, I would get her the death sentence as well for taking Trucy away from me. But that was very sweet. Clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay! Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Prosecutor? Yes? Wait, you can wear my chains! Wait, this is perfect! Crazy idea! Take this shit off me! I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, I'm the chief prosecutor. I shouldn't be here. I've got lots of work to do. I've got a date with Gumshoe and Kay. Don't ask. And, well, yes. Essentially. How old would Kay be right now? 23-ish? It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Aw, does this mean we won't ever get Edgeworth again, unless it's under special circumstances? Oh. Edgeworth, we love you! Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. Much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Why does Edgeworth have the key? That does go hard as fuck, not gonna lie. How long I have waited. Maybe it's the sense of freedom. Even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Phoenix. Objection. A lawyer shouldn't cry until it's all over. Is that not what you... Prosecutor Blackquill? Mr. Wright? Please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. But I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. She did. But, are you sure you want me? Apollo? I've always wanted you. I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're gonna prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Take that shit off, baby! I mean, you can keep the jacket. It's kind of like a memory of your old friend, but... Oh yeah, he's back! And sexier than ever.
Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo!
It's almost time for the trial to restart. Though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yeah. Well, I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I have a job. Yeah, and I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago. Facial data registered by the robot.
Oh, yeah, no, Detective Fulbright probably there. He goes and checks it was Gumshoe. Takes off the mask.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thank you.
I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, and a victory dinner as well? Just us. It would be preferable, but you can bring your daughter if you must.
Well, okay. You two all ready to go? You bet I am. Let's do this. Oh, yeah. Reinco is back. This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago.
I expect to be repaid with chocolates and flowers, thank you, right? And a kiss goodnight wouldn't hurt, you know. Maybe tuck me in and read me a bedtime story.
December 20th. This all happened right before Christmas. Best Christmas ever. You know?
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted.
Now that you mention it. Although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable.
You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well.
Still got that ego of his, though. Prosecutor Blackquill! With this 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place.
It's winter and they're doing this case with no roof. This must be freezing. You know, actually, in the Ace Attorney universe, the northern and southern hemispheres are switched. I don't know fucking what I'm saying.
Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring the witness immediately.
And with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. Yeah, 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Aha! Bobby Fulbright is here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey.
He's acting exactly the same as always.
Tell me about it.
He must really be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright. You wish to dispel your suspicions, then get your testimony. All right, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I could certainly do that.
Hey, phew.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. This bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her fingerprints on it. So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit? That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. You don't have proof, you're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. No! I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice? Justice!
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up for a stupid pun. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear? Your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Oh. No. Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you even have an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackquill. Prosecutor Blackquill looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner, after all. Prosecutor Blackquill is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. It's my duty, and I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Ask away. You don't hold back. Well, don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Okie dokie. Oakley dokley. The embodiment of justice. Oh, I still have that little bar. Okay.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice? Those are just empty words.
But they say if you keep saying something, it eventually will become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true? By wishing over and over?
Alright, alright. Let's just move on. I wish for really dollars. I wish for really dollars. I wish for really dollars.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory.
Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what have we against Miss Sykes, though? It's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it, and the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true, but... Wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to trial.
Are there any suspicions? I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Donna? Especially about that lighter.
He's right. What exactly should I ask about? Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
They're on the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up.
I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. But you
please add that statement to your testimony?
Holding it lit. Hey, Luigi?
Wait.
Venus prints on it and the victim's blood.
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up. Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes.
This line of questioning is gonna get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him about something else? So, how many prints were found exactly?
3. Thumb, index finger, and the middle finger of the right hand.
Who holds a lighter like that? With those 3 fingers? Oh, I guess if you're... yeah, I guess. Kind of hard to tell when I'll use my phone. I mean, yeah. I guess.
Your Honor, that's an important statement.
Can we please have it?
Swapped into my testimony, you got it. He beat me to it. Ha ha ha. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key.
Are both added now?
Objection!
Uh-oh. You have the question, Ron. What you meant to say? Don't you find my head to be a bit odd?
Better not be talking about my hair.
Come on! Move along. I got it wrong. Yeah. So it's either the position of the prints or the number of the prints. On the right hand. Wait. Athena wears a glove on her... Wait, does she wear a glove on her left or right hand? Wait. I guess I can't prove that. Oh, it was much simpler. It was much simpler.
Objection!
It was much simpler than that. That was giving the game too much credit and thinking outside the box. It's just an actual fucking contradiction right there. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct?
That's right. Very clear prints.
Oh, if the glove is on the left hand, then that does rule her out, doesn't it? But that just doesn't add up.
What doesn't add up? Oh, did you hear that crack? That's what you get when you try to do a voice like this.
Well, according to Miss Blackwell, she saw the culprit herself. This person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh?
So, here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints from the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
Oh, you're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you've got a good explanation for this. Well, I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? Oh, I've got it. I'm bullshitting you. The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. You mean to say the little window in the back, right of the room? That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. Do you remember seeing it? So are you saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of the person in the mirror. I see. In that case, right and left would be reversed, wouldn't they? Aha! Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof of what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
I don't know. Sooner make yourself than like that. Put some more muscle into it. Duh? Ah, that's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly. As blank and as smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you would flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out invisible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could have easily opened it and lighted it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction. As you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. Ah, I see how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, that is what a silly little spy would say. I mean, yeah, he is eccentric. He is overdoing it, I guess. Especially with the Snoopy cry. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said the emblem is the only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Well, is he getting at that if it was, like, turned the other way, that you'd see it in the mirror? I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me? You mean... Yeah, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice don't know. You able to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? What in the world are you up to? All right, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see held out in the right hand.
It's gonna be hard to spot. He doesn't get nervous. This is his right hand. So maybe his right hand will be the red-handed evidence we need. The Earth emblem? Well, I got it. I saw it. That's the part? Oh, okay. Alright, bucko. One more time. I should have just dropped it as soon as I saw it, but...
Gotcha!
Gotcha! Gotcha! Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. It appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told. Fool, right. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you? What? You're not you too, Prosecutor Blackquill. That's where I keep my lip balm. I can't let anyone know I have dry lips. But I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackquill insists, it must be something important. We'll allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Maybe we'll learn something. Is the Earth, is it just like a little sticker? Is it a funny little sticker? Now let's check every inch of this thing. Mamma mia. Did you have to say it like that? So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. Is anything noteworthy? Hey, look at this! The emblem is actually some kind of button. What? It's a gun? What? What? It's a gun? It's a gun? Bro, it's a motherfucking gun? I forgot about the 10mm gun. What? Oh, sorry, 10 caliber. My bad. Not 10mm. What the fuck? When the teacher says no guns in school. Ah, lighter. I mean, I don't think you'd be allowed a lighter at school either, to be honest. I think that's probably contraband. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
A what? Mr. Wright, please, please, I'm sorry for all the guilty verdicts. I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? I've only gotten one guilty verdict.
Well, technically, 2, but...
Yeah, well, that one was overturned.
Right.
A gun, so that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial, when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was very small, maybe a 10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets about that caliber. Looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
Yeah, I know, right? They seemed a little too calm about this. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster... That's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum, and I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? You have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
Hi, Ghostly. How are you?
It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terran, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Ah, now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. You have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackquill? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm.
But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice.
God, how can a guy this evil have a theme song this bus? Woo, woo, woo. They better bring their A game with the music next game, too.
You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you hit something, Apollo. It's just, if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena, I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be a part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? Well, I can definitely think of a few things. I'd like to run a comparison with the same prints we found in the boarding lounge. Happened to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho ho. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? where the prints are on it if it's a gun, right? No, I guess if it was fired as a gun, it's about where the prints would be. Okay, never mind. Would it though? Would that be where it would be? I would like to see the prints. Can I see the prints? Can you show me the prints? Show me the prints. The fresh prints of Bel Air. How the prints were left on. The owner of the prints. Okay, you're really just gonna make it the obvious one? I thought that was too obvious. Why are we not asking him to show his hands? It's a good point. Because dumb. And to be fair, that would only prove his guilt for the previous case, not this one. We'll probably end up taking his gloves off to see the wound, I'd imagine. Maybe? I hope. I want to see his grotesque wound. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and the print data. Are they not even her fingerprints? Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints matched the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be a rerun. Very well then, bailiff! It appears that the official data is here.
The results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Oopsies!
Yes!
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Terran.
Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter.
I see, come to think of it. Wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? You took the deceased's fingerprints. You could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off his hand.
By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled that phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes.
No, not true. Fake, false, phony.
This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So, does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route? No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, a man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? So me. So help me. I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. All right, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. I'd be a man and I'd admit it already. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator? That sounds less wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then...
Who was this mysterious person that Miss Blackquill and Mr. Starbucks saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you! Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
Oh, that was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that?
Fulbright. What was the Phantom's ultimate objective? Oh, I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given them the order.
Way to be saying that? Well, I mean, we kind of pulled it out of him. And I think he's lying. He's just throwing it out as a lie, a bluff. He's been caught. He's trying to get out of it. And I think what we've been saying this whole time, we're going to prove it was him. By simply removing his gloves.
Actually, I have to apologize to you, too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get that psych profile you have on him. So he set a puzzle of his own to tailor me these past years. I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. You're not Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom, after all. So you've blown off. I suppose you are vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom.
Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? On the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright, if we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now.
There, I finally told the truth. Now I hope that you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackquill. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackquill? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything. I don't know. You must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. All this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were alive. Prosecutor Blackquill! This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really.
It's because he was trying to get that info, bro. Come on, man.
Oh, Prosecutor Blackquill, you believe me?
Please tell me Prosecutor Blackquill hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Put yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. You got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you. Now I'll only get a couple years in prison instead of full life. Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright's the Phantom. Is this it? They're really gonna leave it to the last little bit, huh?
Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits.
No, as an accomplice, you will be going to prison, actually.
And with that, I'm off!
Hold it! The defense? No, wait. Not the defense, The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue.
But what? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Athena, what are you doing? We don't get held in contempt of court.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you're no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackquill for what he's done for you?
Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Athena, what are you doing? Where are you going with all these questions? I've yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What does that mean?
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we might just be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Yoo-hoo! Prosecutor Blackquill, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright,
Better have that counseling. Not you too!
you've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom.
Such as you are an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me!
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena. No, mind filling me in here?
He was lying to get him on his side so he would let his guard down. So that Athena could pick up on his emotions of the heart. Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd noticed if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen.
Wouldn't you also hear the despair of him being, like, accused?
Oh well. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now?
Just what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this. By the way, Widget has not said anything. Widget is like the perfect little guy for humor, and he's barely said anything.
He better be utilized more before and after. Yep, nothing. Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
Just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom Psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
Uh-oh, he's doing something. He's hacking the mainframe! Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying to hack into the mood matrix. Yeah. I mean, no, I'm not doing that.
He's trying to hack into the mood matrix. I can't do anything with it like this.
No!
Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Black Quill. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try and hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
So you want all of a sudden I'm getting an overwhelming happy reading.
But he's literally crying as a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yeah.
Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden?
What's he trying to pull?
I guess not. It would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it, so he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackville. You're correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? Or like, for us spies. Seriously.
I wonder if... why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute.
I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. And you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what a true undercover agent can really do.
No, I don't think that was it. This is gonna be tough. Maybe a long shot, but if there really is a real emotion mixed in there somewhere, then it's possible that it would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear. Oh, okay. Okay. Sadness. I found it! I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. Oh, I didn't read the thing. Was it new? Something about the moon rock? What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared when you talked about the moon rock. You felt a fear that wouldn't fade.
Fear?
A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, hmm? It was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... you failed to steal it? Your identity will be revealed? Of course, that's it! Enough with the flashbacks. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were to be revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
He just escaped! Where do you think you're going?
Me? I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or is he gonna try to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh.
Ah! What was that for just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Nope.
all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serves no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly believe your feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof? That I fear the moon rock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Oh, really? And why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery.
All I hear is distrust.
As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
It's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Oh, he's got Athena doubting herself.
Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been key in getting to the truth.
Ah! What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one! I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well. I will give you the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence.
But, Your Honor...
There, you see? Nobody believes you, and your trumped charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So does this mean you'll accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine. I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence.
My fear of the moon rock. Gosh, are we almost done? It's 8:30.
I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of a moon rock? None at all. So the very fact I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
Good joke. I hope that is also a joke in of itself. My throat is killing me. Has it been raining? My window's all wet. I need to pee. I'm gonna quickly pee. And we're gonna get this done. My throat is actually gonna fucking close up. Ow! Do I have any more? I don't want another soda. Obama! Soda! I do have some more water. Is it a reveal you're waiting for it to happen and then you're going to bed? There's another reveal? Oh my god. Is Fulbright Athena's father? Is Edgeworth really a Phoenix Wright's dad? Alright, I'm gonna go pee real quick. And I won't forget to put the BRB screen up. Not this time. got a new little friend right there. So I'll be right back. I'll be really quick. I'm not gonna put on music. Sorry, I'll be like a minute. I'm back. How long was that? Was that more than a minute? Probably. I'm sorry. I promised a minute and I wasn't back in time. Oh dear. Oh, how could I do such a thing? Oh, oh, what is this? This is how Stim plays? This is a Binding of Isaac clip. Alright. Is that a real clip? That is so funny. That is so funny. He gets farted into the rocks. That is funny as fuck. There are a lot of moments like that in Isaac. Not that particularly. I've never had that happen to me. But, sorry for delaying. I know you're waiting to go to bed. But there is an ending in Isaac where you have to go and you have to do bonus levels. You have to do sewers, and then you have to do mines, and then you have to do mausoleum. And that unlocks the alternate mother path, so you can get that ending. And you have to do that, but if you miss the item you need in those respective areas, you get locked out of it instantly. That's happened to me a lot, and I've had some really, really good runs that have made it past there, where I would have won like really fast, or had a really just easy time, and just I didn't have the knife, so I was fucked. That has happened too many times, and I'll tell you why. It's because I'm always watching something while I play Isaac. I'm one of those people who, you know, I'll have something on, and then I'll be playing a game. That's kind of how I do things. That's how I've always been. So I'll have like YouTube on, you know. Recently I've been watching Legend of Evantress, Stardust Rhapsody, so I've had that on while I play Isaac, and then I'll get like wrapped up, or my attention will be brought to the other thing, and so while I'm unconsciously playing Isaac, I forget the knife piece. It's fucked up. Also, I hope you guys like the new Wario. Had to put him on there. Had to. I just had to. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. They just had a full-on little parry fight. The phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. What time is it for you, Big Boss? I'm sorry, I'll try. I mean, I'm going as fast as I can. My sword cannot cut it. Right, Donna. With your deductive reasoning and the body of Evans before us. 1:40 a.m. You don't have anything important tomorrow, do you? Nah, I mean, that's usually how long I stay up. I mean, Last night I stayed up to like 3 a.m. That's because it got back into Metaphor. And I got wrapped into that. Anyways. 9:30 a.m. class. Is it that important? You can just watch the VOD, pal. You don't have to. Alright, well, I'm going.
Let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together.
You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill, have a duty to bring the phantom down and restore people's faith in the courts.
I don't think you understand. I'm very stupid.
Oh.
Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction.
I bear part of that responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us, and the Phantom, were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law.
It is also our burden to cut away this foul spectre they created, is it not?
If they wanted to connect this so much better, they should have had, Fulbright in the last game too. He should have been a crossing over detective. Because if he crossed over, that would lead people to not suspect him anymore. And you could, like, put little hints in between all the stuff. That would have been better. Don't get me wrong, I love Emma. She is great. I love her to bits. But I think to wrap the story up like how they want to here, it would make more sense.
Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies always. Are they gonna do the thing where it's like, oh, Athena didn't actually stab him, so she doesn't have that either? Because they did that before with Emma, where she got cleared of that. I'm pretty sure it was like, oh, she definitely did this. Oh, JK, she didn't actually. JK, she didn't do that. Even if it wasn't self-defense. It was actually him. Also, I've got one thing.
I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom!
Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify of a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. Uka is free? No, it cannot be.
That's not even... Cortex didn't say that. It's Aku who says that.
Uka, the great mighty Uka. I'm Detective Fulbright.
Sorry for streaming so late, Ryan. I did want to play Marvel Rivals with you and Philip today. Well, I don't know if Philip's home today. He was in chat earlier. No, he's not online on Discord.
Hold it!
Your family? Like, who in your family, specifically?
Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example.
For example, maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that. How does work today? Bro is working every day of the week. Actually, no, I did see you guys playing yesterday, but I couldn't play because that's when I had work.
Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter, or maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much.
He's obviously lying.
Look how upset I am! Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders?
He's free tomorrow. Well, he did lie about that last week as well. You said he was for him. Nope.
Work time.
Hold it!
Can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the Rock.
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy?
Willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock? Fingerprints can be wiped off. Maybe then he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his DNA? We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Something unexpected happened. Athena stabbing him. I wish that the person in that photo was a little more, you know, thick. At the build of him, at least. I know they have to keep it a mystery so that you don't know, but that's not his build. Bro is built like a rectangle. That guy's built but like a French fry. The knife.
Objection!
Got him! Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is.
Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran.
That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the victim's hand.
The Phantom's hand. Not the victim.
The victim of the stabbing, of the hand, of course.
Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
But French fries are rectangles. Yeah, but thinner rectangles than what I'm saying. But it's like a thin rectangle. And Fulbright's a big rectangle. He's like a wedge. He's like a hash brown. Miss Sykes then stated that she remembered the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got onto the moon rock. He was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the let me rewind. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene.
Wow! I hope you don't get your funny little, cassette in a mix. So, you mean, if we run the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is? Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. Oh.
That may be so, but I think I can explain what happened in great detail.
You can?
Of course! Not.
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
What this court needs is a bully-free zone. The infamous sword of the beguiling bluff. Its edges without compare.
Come now, ready up with me.
And show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage. Mom! Go on, I don't know.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you're right.
Well, he was hiding the knife in the jacket, apparently, so couldn't he put the moon rock there, too? But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
Oh, that, in spite of the Space Center having been strict security those days, all personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
And why's that?
The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab, but the moon rock, never found. How can I forget about that?
Well, Phoenix, I wouldn't worry about that since, you know, we find evidence for the first time a lot. Like, there has been lots of top to bottom searches in this game as well. Like, people ain't doing their jobs.
The Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether.
There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! Think, Phoenix, think!
Think, Cortex, think! There. On the sea, I tell you. We must board Engine's battleship before it sets sail. But how will we get there in time? Think, Cortex, think! So, can you, or can you not, show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright?
Is this the last case? It's supposed to be. There's a DLC case. I was gonna mention that in the outro. Like, this is all the ending part of the game, but there's a DLC case that takes place earlier in the game, so that's gonna be fun. Yes, I can. Your Honor?
What? Oops, sorry, I mean... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
Take that!
That's where the moon rock was hidden?
Yes, well, I thought it would be kind of cool if it was. Oh... I thought I was onto something. But it makes sense that it's not that because it was after she was already dead. Pro was not cooking. Look at Phoenix. After that, the Phantom vanished completely. Wait, there's a unique loss here? Oh, okay. The cases remained unsolved, and we were never able to uncover the truth. As the days passed, the dark age of the law only grew darker and darker. Oh, well, it wasn't a special thing. What, is it as obvious as the capsule? Is it really the capsule? That's way too obvious.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule. That's where the moon rock was supposed to be the whole time. You're telling me nobody looked?
Oh, wait, it disappeared, right? But didn't... No, I guess he was the detective, so... Okay. Alright. Fine. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So, there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
Yes, the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have launched up into space all along with the rocket.
Oh, isn't supposed to have the moon rock? I'm supposed to have the asteroid stuff. Oh, you're right. You're right. I forgot that small little insignificant detail that was actually significant all along.
Preposterous. It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space. Damn. What a way to get rid of evidence. Aboard the Hope space probe.
Order in the court!
I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone. That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying that piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. Yay! If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. Guys, if he had never sent that into space and took it with him, nobody would have even had said anything, because nobody noticed him on the camera. Nobody looked at that camera footage. If he had taken the moon rock with him there that day, nobody would have even said shit. Because nobody fucking looked. So he killed Clay just so he could get at the moon rock. I believe so. His original assignment must have been to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. He must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all it was worth until his very last breath.
Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do.
Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of the schemes. A trap. Now, I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth of his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
God, end this trial already. But in that case, you could say anything is a trap.
That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigations in order.
Silence!
Investigation. More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself, if I must. Here and now.
You know what happened to the jury system, Squidward? We had the jury system for situations like this in the last game. Is the jury system just not a thing anymore, Squidward? Squidward, what about the jury system? Squidward.
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackquill! Hey, you guys aren't really... Him. Hello, everyone. Looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I have uncovered some very crucial facts. I gotta admit, Edgeworth, those glasses don't do anything for you. Way sexier without it. You know, it's like one girl in a movie has glasses, like, oh, gross, she's a nerd. And then you take it off, and she's like, oh, she's actually hot, though. But, like, you know, I'm usually into glasses, but I don't know, if it doesn't work on you. It just doesn't fit your face, honestly. That's rude. I need them to read up close, I'll have you know my eyes have deteriorated over the years. You might say that. I started looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were arrested in the robot's recognition system. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. Uh-oh! Uh-oh! But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackquill, you'd best brace yourselves. Is this the reveal Big Boss is waiting for? Uh-oh. That's what I said. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, he's already long dead. Edgy. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. What does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. His build was all fake! Then this man, who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Ooh, I don't like that. What the? No! His face! Aw, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What's the meaning of this, witness? Okay, you got me. Guess I have to show you who I really am now. Okay, quickly, guys. Who really is it? Do we know? Is it Clay? Is it Trucy? Maybe it's Juniper. Maybe it's Junie all along. Bam 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 bam. I was right all along! I was right the whole time! For the wrong evidence, but I was right! Wait, but that's... Unless this is also a fake? Yep, Apollo is... Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? That can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence.
No, it's Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo. It's Scooby-Doo. Who are you really? Oh. Yeah, it's just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it'll prove that you're the Phantom. Scooby-Doo! So I'm going to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. That voice, those words. It was, Professor Means.
I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Means? This mask.
I'll take what I want, but at any means necessary. Give me that evidence.
Huh?
Time to take out the trash. Permanently.
How could you?
Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. That's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. This really is the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in the mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I wager. Aren't you just a master of psychology, Black Quill? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like.
Calling it now? Larry Butts.
My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now, we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh, I never taught.
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore.
Why didn't you bring this moon rock in? Decisive evidence from the Hope capsule?
I think I'll do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule's about to seal your... Oh. Fuck! They should have just let him say fuck. They should have just let him say fuck. He was supposed to say fuck right there. All right, it got blew up. I forgot about that too. It got blown up.
Looks like you finally caught on. 4 marks for the defense for effort. What a shame. Your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion.
That's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. I guess that throws the whole thing of let's check his hand theory into, you know, that throws that in the garbage. Bro's got like thousands of fake hands on. Unless it's all just masks, in which case his hand would still be damaged. I do like that they are making it just so it's his face. No, he's still feigning that he's a, investigator. But, I mean, it's pretty obvious at this point, I mean. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed?
Continue to call me the Phantom. As I said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you're the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer.
I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, Ritter.
I know, I'm trying. only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown up to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Strange black and yellow thing. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Wait. Is the DLC case? No, it wouldn't be, because we're playing as right. I was gonna say, is the DLC case handling the real Bobby Fulbright's murder? But, no, probably not. Since then that would disrupt the time stream if they figured that out, that he was already dead.
Very well, Mr. Wright, let's see your proof.
What I tried to use earlier?
Take that!
Well,
I see.
alright, good night, big boss. Good luck at good luck at your class at 9:30. Oh no! Uh, um, oh! Oh! There it is!
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? I was saying this will reveal the Phantom's true identity.
Yes, Your Honor. Baboom.
Take that!
Please take a look at this newspaper article. This...
The article about the hat one?
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration?
Oh my, yes, I see it.
It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. And if we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable!
But that's impossible. A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let's have the fragments tested right away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright.
Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show?
There's a rock fragment that had blood on it, and that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed? Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. Oh, I thought that was Apollo objecting. It was ourselves objecting to ourselves?
That was my objection, Apollo. Great. Huh? Phoenix Wright? Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me?
So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright?
Huh? No, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright.
Is this trial getting any more insane? Mr. Wright, well, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragments of the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration. So does my feces, but that doesn't mean it's moon rock material, does it? Maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely that a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments! Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. That's how my blood was found on its way on a piece of rubble. I mean, he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon in the robotics lab, or the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. That moon rock doesn't exist anymore. There's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any sort of the fragments are from the moon. See, now I'm mixing up my statements. There's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock. No! No! There's really no way to prove it? Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Yeah, shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There is another piece of it. Finally! What I've been trying to present this whole time. Finally! Shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this fandom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. You know me. Well, I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me.
Wow, 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 wow.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
She did? You're bluffing! You don't have anything of the kind!
Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah! Oh! You mean...
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left your daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's, your sample.
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock.
What? All this time, it was right here all along? Oh dear, oh my, oh me, oh my.
No, it can't be. The composition of the bombed fragments and the earring are found to be a match. Then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust.
I suppose you do.
I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me? Is this? No. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa. I am afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. You can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. Is it someone we're gonna recognize? My own true face?
Oh, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face. I don't have a face. My face. My face. My face. My face.
This is so cool. This is awesome. Is this my face? Is this it? Is it? Oh, that's not it. No, no, no. It's me either. Is this me? Which one's my face?
What am I? Who am I? He just got shot. Look at that goofy ass mask.
A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to the bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackquill, how is Detective his imposter doing?
He's a lucky fellow. Bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us. Can we see who it is? Oh, I'm dying to know. Who is it?
Analysis of that final piece of evidence. Right donor submitted in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment of the blood are a match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present, the bombing of courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. On the suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Do we get to know who he is? Please, I gotta know. Who is he? Come on, give me a name, give me a face. Don't be stingy.
Ah. Well, time to bring this trial to an end. I'm not curious at all. But before I do, will the defendant please return to a proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes.
Not guilty! Woohoo! Yippee! Thanks, Gumshoe.
This court is adjourned.
Sorry, my voice is starting to go. Thank you, Laser. Thank you. Can you tell? 6 hours. I really was not expecting the stream to go 6 hours. I was like, oh yeah, we'll do like 2 hours of Mario. We'll do like 3 hours of Ace Attorney. Like the finale for tomorrow, but well. Congratulations, Mr. Nick. Sorry. Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena.
That was the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you!
It's just the same voice.
I'm so glad to see you!
Trucy, are you alright? Did they hurt you? Show me everything. Come on. If she even laid one finger on you, I'm gonna kill that son of a...
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
Oh, that's my girl. Well, that's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad you're safe.
Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude.
Edgeworth. Hey, pal. Hey, you didn't see me all flustered over my daughter, did you? I'm cool. I'm chill. I knew she was fine. Strong girl. She's my daughter, after all. I would have been objecting and stuff.
We never would have caught him if it weren't all for you. Ah, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who've been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. By the way, that doesn't cure up all of the, you know, all the mysteries. He said I didn't reveal anything. So I guess the Phantom could have been working for somebody else as well. Because he got killed for it. Well, we never would have won the trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to the successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? Should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Especially after that night in Cancun. I mean... Sorry, I'm not disposed to talk of that. Hey, Edgeworth. Think we can finally bring the Dark Age of Law to the end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackquill has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So, I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. I like how they've said that several times, where it's like, if you said that to somebody in real life, they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? You can't say that to anybody. You know, you look better when you smile. You should smile more.
Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Athena? Oh. Blackwell. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it.
I thought you realized what Cancun meant. That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, as I remember this in my teeth, thanks to you. God, it's hard not to cry. I'm a man, a manly man. A man doesn't cry.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. Some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect. My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through.
Athena, come on, he's talking about you, dipshit.
Well, looks like we can breathe easy now, gang. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
Yeah, it was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office is the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. I'm gunning for Employee of the Month.
Your days of those special Eldoon noodle specials are over. A new gal's in town. Simon's free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help. You're right. And I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, if we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close. Hell yeah, baby! Ooh, hey, I know one thing we gotta do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency. Right, Mr. Wright?
Guys, you know we're broke, right?
I mean, you took a leave of absence. We haven't been paid in months. We gotta keep the status quo alive. I gotta pay employees.
As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to the people, to your people, for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in on the festivities. Would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
As would I. But me and Phoenix will be having ours privately, of course.
Can't have the riffraff.
Riff-raff? Do you guys know how much a bottle of noodles, a bowl of noodles costs in this economy? Do you know how much it costs? It's $10 a bowl, guys. I can't afford that. I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right?
Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come.
Credit card debt, here I come.
I knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman.
Are you insinuating I never was one? As long as you've known me, I've been an adult. Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Objection! Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair. I want to say it too. Okay, here we go. Objection. Here we go. Objection! I was starting to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. I think should have found him a few legal cases. Nah, that's okay. This is the Right Anything Agency after all. It's not over yet, by the way.
You know, Paula was so wonderful in court. I better study up as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, I should figure out which ones to grow. Green peppers or yellow? Or maybe I should go with the hot as the sun red peppers instead.
She has the hots for Apollo. I hope their relationship actually goes somewhere. Romance usually fizzles out in these games. Oh no, I mean Gumshoe had his thing with Bird.
The end of the Dark Age of the Law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me.
Excellent game, though. Loved it, of course. There is yet to be a bad Phoenix Wright game.
Scheduled to go against the Amazing Ninetales next, though.
What to do? I'll fight to finish it myself.
But yes, the Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales.
That's not a bad idea, Vidal. Go. So, are we to meet as foes? Are we, my little friend?
I forgot that he was Mr. Satan. I had to walk that back.
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of the Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh?
I took over after Rex killed me for the good. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, you! What do you think you're doing sneaking in the manor? Oh, the jig is up. Better make a run for it!
I order that Apollo joins me in the judge's room for 20 minutes. I thought I'd never be in the cute trans girl. No, I started becoming a judge. I think it was a bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday. U-S-E-E. I'm studying my buns off too. Not for the bar exam. I'm gonna pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course. Hugh, Juniper, our dream will live on forever! I found a really sweet box of sweets, but it was because of the legal journalist instead of the lawyer or a judge. But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper future is as bright as can be. Now, let's see the fresh blood I have on the new school paper. Our editor cried so hard at the graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy.
The one night only reunion concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. Be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom.
Did you?
It's already a mess.
Oh, there you go.
I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training's over, it simply must be done.
Yes, please, Maya, come back. We missed you. Trucy does not replace you. I mean, we love Trucy to bits, but like, we need Maya back. We need her back.
Ah, humanity's dreams, in fact, planning for the Hat 3 rocket was officially begun. Look at me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yori Cosmos. What do you... Oh, director. Yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos.
Who's the proper director now? Somebody else is the director? Are we gonna get to see that?
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Montes or Berenice or more Tranquilidad? I think either one. Hooray!
I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me.
Me too, buddy. Me too. I want her to use me as well. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and for Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know I should never give up. And I'm worried you can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as hell. Oh man, I'm getting real nervous. Oh. I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. No one's around. I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
Is that a tease?
I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Please forgive me!
Brackman's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor office to light. It seems solving that case has thawed the chill of winter into this warmth of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. But I will repay him one day. You can trust me on that. Tonight, perhaps, over a glass of wine, possibly some Smash Brothers. And possibly these brothers will smash, and who knows?
Am I done? Is there no more, like, really fast dialogue I gotta voice act? Well, there you go. That was Phoenix Wright's Dual Destinies. Should have been Apollo's Dual Destinies, but oh well. Very fun. First game with 3D. There was a lot of really cool 3D, and I love the animation. The animation is perfect and definitely fits right at home here. I do miss the 2D art style quite a bit, but, you know, I'm sure the 3D will get better as we go along. However, this is not it! Hold it! We still have a DLC case to do. So, this is not actually the end of the game. So, I'm gonna refrain from keeping my opinions, but I kinda already said it. Excellent game. Loved it to bits, of course. Athena, classic. She is a mainstay now. If there's ever a game without Athena, I will riot in the streets. I'm already rioting in the streets because the Maya wasn't here, and now I'm gonna be rioting for Gumshoe too. NK. Oh dear, I'm just rioting for so many things these days. I have to sit through the entire credits. But yeah, so tomorrow we'll start the DLC case. We're probably going to do the same thing tomorrow. We're going to do Wario Land and then Ace Attorney. So, be prepared for that. I don't know how long this DLC case is. Because the last DLC case we did was like 8 streams or whatever. It was a mini game because, you know, as the DLC for the DS game, it was basically, you know, all they really had to do other than enhance the rest of the game. You could add as much as they wanted. Meme in the Discord? Let me take a peek. That is what you said earlier. You know, whenever think blank think comes up, I think of 2 scenes. I think of that scene, and I think of this scene. You know, that scene with Invincible and Omni-Man, of course. But there's one more scene that I also get reminded of. Hold on. Will this show the cutscene? Oh, yes it will. Yes it will. Okay, perfect. I'll show it after the credits are finished, since they're literally finished right now. Oh.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Oh, he's doing what Apollo gave him. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
Liftoff.
Are we over saying blast off now? Is that just not a thing? Come on, it's blast off. Lift off? Pussy. Blast off. Oh shit, that's badass. Yes, I can see it from here. Yes. Would he be able to see it from there? Oh, that's sad, actually. She's in prison. No. I mean, yeah, you did take people hostage, to be fair. But, who's this co-pilot? Do we know them?
Mr. Starbuck! You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Oh my god! The moon haunts you!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Woo, we can piss on the moon!
All right!
Surprised they didn't go for the upskirt shot there.
cute. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Amen. Turnabout for tomorrow. Hold it! We still have a case to do!
No.
I'm surprised it doesn't even let you do the thing. Episodes. Special episode. Pirate themed. Poggers! And you know what? For this, we're gonna go with the old school suit. I can have her in her academy uniform. Street clothes. Alright. Well, I suppose tomorrow we will be digging into that. Oh, right. Yes. So, when I think of the statement, think blank think, you know, Invincible, obviously the big meme, like, think, Mark, think! What will you have in 500 years? All your friends, all your loved ones will be dead. I'll still have Markiplier downloaded on my phone. It's true. However, I also think of this as well. We're just gonna let this play.
There, to the sea, I tell you. Our salvation floats upon the briny blue. We must reach Engine's battleship and quickly before it sets sail. How?
Think, Cortex, think! Boom. Anyway, we'll continue that when they finally port this game to modern consoles. When will it be, Sony? Port crash Twinsanity, you cowards. I dare you. I triple dog dare you. I will platinum that thing day one. I will not end stream until that game is platinumed. It's a classic. That's like my childhood game right there. But yes, that's what I think of. Anyways, now that that thought is out of my head, yeah, there you go. That was Dual Destinies. So tomorrow we will do the special case. Don't know how long it is. Probably a decent bit long. And then, once that's done, of course, we'll be hopping into the last game, Spirit of Justice, which has the clown pussy. I am so excited for that. I've been waiting. I've been a patient boy. I've waited 2 whole games for the clown pussy, and finally, my patience will be rewarded. And of course, we'll be doing Wario Land as well. The what? Yes, you'll see. Anyways, the Closey, if you will. Closey fever, I'm suffering. But yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. That was Dual Destinies. Come back for the special case tomorrow. Yeah, what else is new, Laser? Huh? What else is new? Bye, everybody!